Honorable members, I want to humbly draw your attention to our standing orders. Honorable member, order in the House. Order in the House. Page 73 of the standing orders. Chair to be heard in silence. Order 1261. The Speaker is responsible for the maintenance of order and observance of the rules of debate in the House. 1262. Whenever the Speaker addresses the House, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat, and the Speaker shall be heard in silence. 3. Whenever the Speaker rises in situations of disorder, any member standing shall immediately resume the member's seat. 4. A member shall not leave the member's seat while the Speaker is addressing the House. Honorable members, this is just to refresh your memory. Yes, on Sunday, I had the honor of hosting the first-timers at the residence of the Speaker, which I happen to occupy now. Honorable member, honorable members, this is the House of Representatives. This is not the Ghana Armed Forces. The Ghana Armed Forces have only men. In this House, we have men and women. So please, if you are directing questions, use a language that is gender compliant. Honorable members, please, I keenly observed all what took place this morning and this afternoon. But the order permits me, on resuming the seat, to at least inquire to know the state of affairs. Usually, we start with the leader of the House. If for any good reason you think that we should listen to somebody else, we will do so. But for business, it must continue to go on. Honorable members, please, we are in a democratic state. Honorable members, once again, I call the House to order. I want the sense of the House as to where to start from. If you want to vary the order, we are always applying, which is a convention now. Usually, the leader of the House is given the opportunity to start. I would definitely listen to other views. But this is a house of order. Please. Yes, leader of the House.
So just by way of update, earlier the Minority Chief Whip Frank Anodompre raised an issue about the notice from the Clerk to Parliament, which is sent to the Electoral Commission declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. The Speaker wasn't in chamber or wasn't presiding then. Now he is back and he seeks an update from both leaders of the House to make a decision, and the minority MPs do not want the majority leader to speak. That is what is occasioning this wave of protest from the NPP MPs.
Clearly we have a problem. We have to find a solution. I cannot guide the House to find a solution without listening to the House. Honorable members, Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please, I know we cannot resolve the problem without a conclave. But I must first know the problem before.
And so we are back at it again, also because the Speaker, per convention and as practice demands, he wants to get a briefing from the leadership of the House before a decision is taken on this issue. Because he wasn't here when the first issue was raised, but the minority MPs do not want to hear any word from the majority leader. And for so many hours, the House has not been able to undertake any business yet.
To Parliament. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, we need to position ourselves by preparing to have a conclave. Please, both sides will have to come to an understanding that there is a need for us to have a conclave where the Speaker will preside over the discussions at the conclave and then mediate for us to come to consensus. So please, I cannot just, after resuming the seat, just suspend sitting again.
be no conflict. The debate will take place in open. The whole of Ghana will witness the debate. The debate will take place in open. The whole of Ghana will witness the debate. There will be no control. There will be no confusion of the whole. We are not compromising. We will not. The debate will take place here in open. You don't know who we. You don't know me, eh? The debate will take. We can sleep here for 1 week. The debate will take place. Ghanaians will know that you are wrong. Ghanaians will know that you are wrong.
Uh, honorable members, please, let peace prevail. Please. The alternative to peace is something that none of you will treasure. The alternative to peace is nothing that none of you will treasure. So please, let there be peace. We have the orders, and I'm bound to follow the orders. Please, I cannot do anything than to follow the orders, unless you change the standing orders. As at now, what I have before me are the standing orders as presently constituted. And that is what I'm going by. Please, we have to listen to the leader of the House. And the alternative, honorable members, because of the nature of the business before the House, the alternative is not, in fact, it's a no-go area. Business must go on today. Yes, in the interest of the country, in the interest of the public, the people that we represent here, business must go on. In your own interest, we have to continue with the business of the day. Please, for the last time, let business go on. Peace must prevail.
So there you have it. The Speaker of Parliament has just made an appeal to members of the minority caucus to allow peace to prevail so that business of the House can continue. It is interesting to note that since 12 p.m. when the House sat, up until now, the House has not been able to take any business. And you know that over the week and up until now, they have been considering the estimate for the various ministries, departments, and agencies. And so if this continues and likely the House is adjourned to tomorrow, it just also would mean that a lot of work that should have been done today would have to be postponed or carried forward to tomorrow. And so it is on the basis of that which the Speaker has made that call or appeal to the minority MPs to allow peace to prevail for business to continue in the House. What it also means is that, and as I see it, one of the clerks has been engaging the leaders of the House, has engaged the Speaker, held some discussions with him, and has come to engage the majority leader, and has now gone back to engage the Speaker briefly. He has left the chamber just now. It is unknown what exactly the conversation has been, but what it is which has unfolded or prevailed so far on the floor is that the minority MPs are refusing to allow the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, to make any commentary on the matter concerning the declaration of the Kpandai parliamentary seat as vacant. In a notice which the Clerk to Parliament, Ebenezer Ahoma Jetro, sent to the Electoral Commission, dated 4th December 2025, which means that approximately some 5 days ago, somewhere in last week. Yet again, the importance of it is that the Speaker had earlier made a ruling that after the 7 days mandatory stay of execution of the court order, the Honorable Member Matthew Nyandam, once he triggers the appeal or the proceedings for appeal, would in a way extend the, more or less the hold on the order by the High Court, or by a proper interpretation. What it means is that once he exercises his right as contained in Rule 27(1) of CI 19, then it means that there would be a further suspension of the execution of the court order, which calls for a rerun of the parliamentary election in Kpandai. And so the minority has made and held the view that if that is the ruling the Speaker had given, then what is the basis on which the clerk has written to the Electoral Commission asking for or announcing the vacancy and asking that a rerun be held as per the direction of the Electoral Commission, which would have to then set a date and make that happen. But interestingly, and if you have followed all of this and how things have unfolded over the period, you would know also that in all of this, the Honorable Member himself, after the 7 days mandatory stay, has not been cited around the President of Parliament and even in the chamber, also because he has been following up. And you would recall that last week the minority leader had raised the case again, yet requesting and demanding that the presiding judge in the case makes his full judgment or reasoning behind that order or directive known to them, known to the parties, especially Matthew Nyandam, for him to be able to proceed with his appeal in the court. But let's go back to the floor now as the Speaker speaks.
I'll suspend sitting for 5 minutes. I'll be back within 5 minutes. Sitting is accordingly suspended.
And so the Speaker has just suspended sitting for 5 minutes after consultation. And just as I had earlier indicated and told you, the clerks have been making some consultation and engaging leaders of the House to see how the situation can be ironed out or resolved going forward. And so after that consultation between the leaders, and as I saw earlier, the Speaker has proceeded to adjourn or suspend, if I should say, suspend sitting for some 5 minutes. What this means is that, and as the practice has been, leadership would go into conclave, and so I have just seen the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, signaling the minority leadership to more or less join him as they file out to go for a conclave and have some backdoor conversations to see how this matter can be dealt with. Importantly, we see that there are a number of ministers around, also because over the period some have been programmed to come to answer urgent questions as well as some oral questions. So I see the clerk directing and aiding the minority leadership to follow as they file out to go to have a conclave. And so that is what it is right now. It is not possible for the House to be reconvened or called to session in 5 minutes, as it were, but what it just also means is that hopefully once they have returned from conclave, there would be a level of resolution to this, and MPs would just continue to wait in the chamber while that is happening backdoor. And so the minority MPs, who largely and most of them have clad themselves in black, have been on a protest all the way from 12 p.m. when sitting started here in this chamber. There was a long suspension, and then the Speaker himself took over the proceedings from the first Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who was presiding at the time, and that, as was anticipated, to more or less allow some cool heads to prevail, did not happen as such. And so we are still at a stalemate. No business has taken place, and as it were, and as was expected with the consideration of the estimate, none of such has taken place yet or has happened yet on the floor. It is part of the reasons the Speaker had earlier made that appeal for some peace in the chamber to allow all of this to happen and for the actual business of the day to proceed. When you look at the order paper, you realize that it is quite a tall list of issues that have been lined up to be looked up, some bills and some papers to be presented, and the rest of you, and especially the consideration of the estimate. Also because pretty soon, in just some few days or weeks, the House would go on recess. It just means that they should be able to consider these estimates and also pass the appropriation, which would then give government the financial muscles to run its business from next year. And so that is it. That is all that has played out here. And until the House has been reconvened, we await to see what the outcome is going to be. But interestingly enough, it all started when the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompreh, raised a case on the floor and made a statement that, see, they, the minority side, have seen and considered in their own view what they feel is an inconsistency on the part of the clerk and the Speaker, making a case that per the ruling of the Speaker on the court order, in which ruling the Speaker had indicated that when a case is in court and the member involved has triggered the appeal process, Parliament must take its hands off it until after that appeal has been determined. So it is a simple question from the minority side that if that is the voice of the Speaker, then on what basis did the clerk write to the Electoral Commission, knowing also that the Honorable Matthew Nyandam has already triggered the appeal process in court? So if anything, then there should have been a little exercise of restraint to see to the bottom of the case. And there he went ahead to make a case that their side wouldn't allow any process to continue concerning the attempt by the Electoral Commission to organize and hold the rerun of the election in the Kpandai constituency. And so that is what the minority leader stated. But we know that last week, or even last 2 weeks, after the Tamale High Court delivered that ruling and ordered for a rerun of elections across the entire constituency, the minority side saw that troubling and problematic. And what they said in some series of press conferences was that the original suit filed by the NDC candidate, who is a party in the case, requested for a rerun of elections in only 41 out of the 152 polling stations. So if anything at all, they are even of the view that should the court more or less award all the votes from the 41 polling stations to the NDC member, he wouldn't be able to overturn the outcome of the case, because even if that is done, the NPP member would still be leading with some thousands of votes. Now, after that, they made the case on the floor. In fact, the Majority Chief Whip, Roxanne Nelson Dafemakpo, had called on the Speaker to declare the seat vacant somewhere last 2 weeks, which yielded in the ruling from the Speaker that he cannot declare that. And also, as of that time, it was premature for that declaration to be made. And so he read excerpts of Rule 27 of CI 19. And at that time, when you look at CI 19 Rule 27, Rule 27.3, which talks about the 7 days mandatory stay of execution of the ruling, was what was prevailing at the moment. And what it means is that once a member files for an appeal, that automatically begins to take shape. And so what the Speaker had indicated was that so far as the member had triggered for the appeal, then it means that from that moment, the 7 days mandatory stay of execution of the order begins, which means that it was premature at the time. But when you look at the calculation of the days, then it means that last week, Monday, the honorable member would cease to more or less have the right to enter the chamber of parliament or even be around the president of parliament to undertake any form of duty. But the Speaker then in that ruling also noted, and which is the case when you critically look at Rule 27.1 of CI 19, that once the member exercises his right, then it means that there may be even a further suspension on that court order by the Tamale High Court. And so this is a case that is prevailing today that the minority relies on to say that if that further suspension per what is contained in Rule 27.1 of the CI is anything to go by, and just as the Speaker had indicated, then it means that the clerk in a way has prematurely done what is wrong by writing to the Electoral Commission to more or less suspend or declare the seat vacant, and also call for a rerun of the election in Kpandai. So that has been the case so far, and so far what we know is that leadership from both sides of the House have gone into conclave to be able to determine and look at what the consensus could be on this matter, whether or not they will just let it slide, put it aside, and continue with the regular business of the House, or they would still find a way to come to a consensus, a level ground, to be able to continue with proceedings, as it were. And so we are waiting to see what that outcome is going to be. But what we also know is that in a number of media engagement and interviews, the majority side has always insisted that they are not going to allow Matthew Yindam to even appear around Parliament or even be in the chamber. That was even before the expiry of the 7 days mandatory stay of execution of the court order. In fact, we are going to try to engage some members of Parliament to gauge their mood and to get from them what they make of all of this. Also because the minority side is unwilling to give that space or give that room or that decorum for the majority leader to comment. And the Speaker makes a case that so far as he wasn't presiding when the minority chief whip initially raised the issue, he would only want to hear from the majority leader, who is leader of the House, to get that update. Then he would decide, even before a conclave. But then, upon the repeated chant and opposition and protest from the minority side, and upon a further look at the issue, he decided to suspend the House for some time so that they are able to go into conclave to look at this. So this is purely a constitutional issue that is playing out here in Parliament. And I know also that a number of occasions they have made the case that if it is something that Parliament does not have control over, then there is no need to bring it before Parliament. But yet again, interestingly, here Parliament has been involved. Also because the clerk, as the Constitution mandates him, has taken another step in writing to the Electoral Commission, which step triggers a fresh process that would culminate into the running of election or a rerun of election in the Kpandai constituency. In fact, when you observe the member in question here, Matthew Yindam, he has more or less been on a media tour, especially in the constituency over the period, making his case out and reiterating and reinforcing the point that he is quite resolute in all of this and stands very firm. Just yesterday, we have heard from some chiefs in the area also saying that though they are not political, which is one thing that you may choose to question, and also the position that they have taken, the chiefs make a case that they do not side with any side of the political divide, yet they do not want a rerun to happen in the constituency, which is a case that the chiefs have made. We know also very well that some New Patriotic Party members in the constituency have equally exercised that right of holding some press conferences to equally register their displeasure at the decision of the court. And so there have been all of these dynamics that have played out over the period on this very issue, which has landed us where we are currently, and so has also resulted in a temporary suspension. I would say that this is the second suspension that we have seen today. The first one took us some hours before we could get the House reconvene. But then there is a second one in which there is going to be a conclave, which is currently, I presuppose, and I suppose is ongoing. There is the deputy minority leader, the majority leader, and other whips from both sides who are there, who are deliberating on this issue to get a way forward. But let's try to see if we are able to get some. If we're able to get some responses on this, and then we're able to see what the members of parliament also have to say concerning this issue, and what they make of it in its entirety, and as per what has been the process so far. And so I would try to seek to get some members of parliament, especially from the minority side, to see if they're able to have a word with us. So, Honorable, you are a lawyer yourself, and being on the minority side, I know that this issue is of grave importance and comes with a lot of interpretations. Also, looking at the constitutional issue involved, when you look at the CI 19 Rule 27(1), which is what we are dealing with, because the Speaker himself had also ruled earlier that if the member exercises his right, there may be a further suspension, which has been the case that your side is making. I want to get your own thoughts on how things have unfolded today and your protest.
Yes, I think our position is very clear. We were taken aback by the letter that we saw yesterday regarding the declaration of Kpandai seat vacant. And we are very, very much surprised because in consonance with the ruling of the Speaker, when the EC, when the court issue was brought to their attention, the Speaker was very clear that after the 1 week, if processes are filed, it would delay or stay the execution of the court's order. We have precedents in the matter of the Jachikwesin matter, where the court processes, when it was triggered, we allowed it to run its full course before doing a rerun. So on what basis would the clerk to parliament issue a directive to the EC declaring the seat of Kpandai vacant? That we believe is inconsistent with the orders of this House, the ruling of the Speaker, the Constitution that we are bound to protect, and for which reason, as a minority, we think that letter has to be reversed so that business can continue.
But if I may want to understand, has the appeal process started? Because then, if that has not started, and what we know, if the court outrightly decides not to even grant it at all, then there can be that enforcement of the ruling itself against the member. For those who may not even understand the technicalities of all of this, you are a lawyer yourself. How do you juxtapose the 7 days mandatory stay of execution as against the Rule 27(1), which talks about the further suspension or the possible further suspension of the ruling?
So basically, even when the court judgment was made or decision was made, within 24 to 48 hours, we filed those processes at the High Court to stay execution. We applied to Court of Appeal for a review of the decision. We also repeated the application for stay at the High Court. Subsequently, we filed the process at the Supreme Court on the other writ of certiorari to quash the decision of the court. And so clearly, everything that has to be done to keep the process going has been filed. How come 2 weeks down the line, even the courts have not initiated the processes to hear the matter? And that for me is worrying, because we all talk about expeditious adjudication of matters, particularly when it comes to petitions of elections. And then importantly, when there's a sitting member of parliament who is supposed to represent the good people of Kpandai. And so in this determination, it means that the Kpandai people are being denied access to a member of parliament to fight for their
But
needs.
there are some who will say that you did the same in the Jachikwesin matter.
But that is why I said that the Jachikwesin matter, we allowed him to go through the full hall of litigation. And that is exactly what we are saying. If the Kpandai, if we go to court tomorrow and the court throws out our applications, then the issues of this can run. But in this matter, the processes have not been heard. And so when you go for a rerun and the court makes the determination that there is a reasonable grounds of success, and so the stay of execution should be put in place and you have done the rerun, what will be the net effect of that decision?
Counsel, let me also pick your thoughts on this. We know that in the case of, when you look at the 2012 election petition and the ruling by the Supreme Court, which ruling by far and extent makes it known that if there is a matter in court, for instance, that in and of itself should not bind the hands of Parliament, shouldn't stop Parliament from undertaking its duty. Now, in this case, the clerk is also bound by the Constitution. He is just performing his role or his duty as mandated by law. The ruling says Parliament can still go on with its work. Separation of powers, if you could.
The clerk is completely out of order with that letter, because as we have said, there are processes in court. This is about the fundamental rights of an individual who is representing a people. It is not like the decision of the Chief Justice, whereby Speaker distinguished and said that the person who has been removed by constitutional process can go through her own appeal processes. There are no injunction stopping Parliament from proceeding with the matter. And then whatever the outcome is, there will be a constitutional remedy to it. In this case, we have found the appropriate processes, which includes the stay of execution. And so there is no locus for the clerk to Parliament being seized with this information to proceed to say that I'm performing my constitutional duty. Your constitutional duty is performed within the remit of every legal process that is in motion. And so you cannot say that I have just a decision by a court. I'm going by it. When there are other decisions or there are other matters pending in this same matter, that requires you as a clerk who is a senior lawyer and a senior person I respect so much, to have advised Speaker or to know better. That for this, let us allow the court to come up with their determination. If the matters are thrown out, then we can proceed with the matter as required by law.
So, Counsel, as we wind down, and I cited a case that it was Vincent Assefuwa, by the way, yes, not the election petition. But one other thing that when you look at the reactions that have greeted this so far, and the question which I'll pose to you is that, is it necessary to quote-unquote disrupt proceedings, and especially when the Speaker is making that appeal that you should allow some cool head to prevail so the business of the day can take shape?
Oh, I think we have been very cooperative. We've only sent a message to the Speaker. We want the Speaker to look at the matters before him and make the appropriate determinations, then we can proceed. There is no need for the majority leader to speak to the matter, because it is not a matter addressed to him. Our request is directed to the Speaker, who may have advised the clerk to write that letter. And so Speaker should look at his own ruling, look at the facts that we have presented before him, make a determination, and then compromises can be made for us to move forward. But this issue of let's allow business to go when the substantive matter we have raised, which is fatal to the next steps that we need to take concerning, people in Kpandai have legitimately elected a member of Parliament as we speak. And so until we go through all the legal processes to finality where the people involved are satisfied that this is the end to my litigation, we should allow, and it is up to the courts, and there's an appeal to the Chief Justice and the courts to make sure that when these processes come before them, they should expedite action. Why do we take more than 2 weeks to even hear a matter like a stay of execution? These are the matters that...
Talking about the stay of execution, have you secured it? If yes, when?
No, it has not been. Now I'm saying that the application is before the court, but the courts have not even heard it. And why should it take more than 2 weeks for a court to sit to hear a preliminary application like a stay of execution? That for me is incongruous.
All right. Thank you so much. So then, what does it take for your side to yield and agree that you say you don't want to hear the majority leader? What does it take to get that resolved?
The speaker should just come and inform us that, of course, this letter has been written. He's taking steps to get it withdrawn. We get firm assurances from him, and then we are good to go.
Thank you so much.
Most grateful.
Yes, so I've just been engaging the Member of Parliament, who is a lawyer himself, Isaac Buamayako, on this particular issue. And he's a lawyer himself, so he understands these issues and all that it entails and means concerning representation in the House and also the constitutional interpretation that comes with it. All of these are important issues that have come up. Indeed, what we know is that there is that conclave currently happening that involves the leaders, the leadership of the House. And so once that is over, then we are able to get some real responses to how this is going to be addressed going forward. And so let me still try to engage other members of Parliament on this issue to also get their thoughts and their reactions to all that is happening. Frank Afriye is the Member of Parliament for Afajato South. He's one person that when it comes to drafting laws and bills takes very active participation, who has been commended by the speakers for that exemplary, participation. Frank, you've been in chamber and have seen all that is playing out. Let me just pick your preliminary thought on this particular issue and the entrenched position, if you may, taken by the minority side.
Well, unfortunate as it appears, but when you put sometimes even a group of pastors together and then emotions and sentiments rise, it's bound to appear like the way we are seeing it. Clearly, everything points to the fact that this has been pre-planned, well orchestrated, in order to hijack this space, in order to make a case, which case they think that, the member concerned for Kpandai is being given a raw deal. But I think that the facts of the matter point to the contrary. And I think the earlier we understand as leaders and put some finality to this so that we settle back on the key issues as we have been planned for us to undertake on the floor, I think that the better for us.
What do you foresee to be the outcome of conclave as it is happening? Also because the whole of today, no actual business has taken place. This has taken most of the hours thus far. What is your own expectation after conclave, and what do you see leaders agreeing on?
I think that it's one thing leaders agreeing on at least a way common position going forward. It's another thing followers agreeing to abide by what leadership will agree to. So personally, I do not foresee that there will be any shift in position. Clearly, hardline stand have been kept over here, and I think that it doesn't show that either side will be able to back down on their hardline, particularly the minority side. I think that all they want to do is to ensure that, look, the House goes their way today. But it mustn't be that way because we have a lot of business to pursue. You are very much aware that a lot of estimates from ministry, department, and agencies are yet to be brought from committee level to plenary for us to consider and ahead of time to pass the appropriation bill, which are key for us, to consider quickly enough in order to rise, for the Christmas break.
So the minority side says that the clerk should have waited also because they are appealing the case in court. don't you think they are legitimate in making such demands? Shouldn't the clerk have waited at least for some time?
No, I think on the contrary, democracy has a formula. In this whole scenario, decision has been made by a competent court of jurisdiction, and this court has spoken. And in the process, the clerk to parliament has been made the fourth respondent. This whole process is laid down in law. And so when the clerk receives this, and there's nothing that bars parliament from performing its duty and responsibility, I think that the clerk has just acted well within the confines of the law by ferrying or serving as a conveyor belt the message from parliament to the appropriate body, which is the Electoral Commission, for the Electoral Commission to also act. I think these are constitutional provisions, and once you renege, once you fail to comply with them, you may be disrespecting the constitution of the land.
Maybe my final question to you would be that in all of this, in fact, one of the things that the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompreh, stated earlier was that you have the numbers, but you are unable to marshal your numbers as majority side. Are you helpless in the face of all of these ups and downs by what the minority sees as the majority side not being able to marshal its numbers into chamber to even conduct business, and a lot of the time they seem to be cooperating more with your side?
No, that's far from the truth. That's far from the truth. We really celebrate their cooperation and partnership. That has been the spirit and essence of parliamentary jurisprudence. But you agree with me, with your knowledge and experience of the workings of the House, that for most of the committees that we have, the chairman and leadership of those committees, most often they are from the majority side, because we are on the side of the governing party. And so anyone who makes the point that we are unable to marshal the numbers may not be paying fidelity to the truth, to the facts on ground. The truth of the matter is that at the committee level, where a lot of the work gets done before we come to plenary, that is where you have majority members. Indeed, I have served and I still serve on the local government committee. Sometimes you go to committee work and then you can have as many as 10 majority MPs present, and maybe half of the minority people may not even be there. And so if we are able to start the work at committee level, all we expect is that when the work is brought to the plenary, our people will also be around to cooperate with us to do it. And so our numbers are ever ready and in their numbers, and we are ever ready to do government business.
Thank you so much. So I have been engaging Frank Afriyie, a member of parliament for Afajato South, for his own take on this. But what I'm seeking to do right now is to also get some more reactions from the minority side, also because all this while they are the ones who have, if you would say, held proceedings to a halt, demanding that the clerk does the right thing, and also demanding that there is a reversal of that directive to the Electoral Commission, calling for a rerun of elections in the Kpandai constituency. And so the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma is also with the minority and is very vocal when it comes to matters of this nature, and understands what it means and what it means for the minority members. And so we are seeking to get his own thought on all of this, and as it is unfolding, and how the minority side, more or less, many have seen them to be disrupting business of the House. So we want to really get to understand what he also makes of this whole case as it is unfolding on the floor. So
business being conducted on the floor, because you are opposed to a particular letter sent to the EC declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. What should we expect from you? Are we going to see some level of cooperation after all this?
I think from our caucus, the clarity we've given our delegates who are going into the conclave meeting is that the ruling of the speaker on this matter should stand. No amount of political pressure or maneuvering should be brought on the speaker for him to acquiesce and change the position which is in consonance with precedent, which position he advertised when this matter was first brought on the floor, that in a parliamentary election petition, even when a determination is made by a court, there's an automatic 7-day stay here in the House. The next level is that if the person affected moves to apply for a proper stay and an appeal, Parliament stays its hand until the matter is substantively determined by the courts. That is the position, that's the precedent, that was the ruling Mr. Speaker gave. Over the weekend, we picked some intel that there was a lot of pressure on Mr. Speaker to dispatch that letter. And I can tell you, the Honorable Frank Anodompreh had an engagement with the Speaker, that this is the information we have picked. And he was assured from the office of the Speaker that no such thing will happen. Only for us to see that the Clerk of Parliament has written to the Electoral Commission. So this letter that purports to declare a vacancy, and what he meant on the floor when he said we don't accept it or we don't agree to it, is because by understanding this is a letter that purports to declare a vacancy. That will be in contravention of the precedent, it will be in contravention of Mr. Speaker's earlier position.
But could this have been done without the Speaker's knowledge?
We are not going to go into how things are handled in the Speaker's office. What we are saying is that there's precedent. Mr. Speaker himself, sitting on that chair, gave a clear ruling. So what we need is the assurance from Mr. Speaker, not what we the parties are going to debate and say on the floor, but an assurance from Mr. Speaker that the decision he took stands and that no pressure has been brought on him to change that position as part of a grand conspiracy that is going on in this country. No pressure has been brought on him. The position that he took stands. And when that, I mean, look at it. From the last 2 weeks, we've been cooperating with the government side doing business. Today, there are reports to be taken. We're happy to continue and take appropriation. But if they want to now bring pressure to bear on Mr. Speaker and other elements in the state to twist their arms to do this injustice, then cooperation will suffer here in the chamber.
Then the question is, who is giving that pressure? Who is pressuring the Speaker or the clerk to take this action?
Anybody who in this country claims he's not aware of the persons who stand to benefit from a declaration of vacancy and the use of the state machinery to take over the Kpandai seat so that there will be an overwhelming majority in Parliament for the purposes of constitutional amendments and other things. It's just being naive. There's a whole grand scheme going on. We initially warned that there's first an effort to remove the Chief Justice. People said, oh, it's due process, Article 146. It has come to pass. We told you that they are going to remove the EC chair and deputies. People said it's not true, nothing is happening. It is rolling on. We are telling you that they are looking for an overwhelming majority here in the chamber for purposes of constitutional amendment towards a particular goal. And again, people, you don't worry, we'll go step by step. Again, people are saying it's not true, it won't happen, there's no truth in it. There's an agenda ongoing. It is being executed step by step, and we will ensure that that pressure that is being brought on Mr. Speaker and some other elements in the state, including the courts, to participate in that agenda is stopped. And that is why we are having to go on this exercise of ensuring that cooperation will not happen in the chamber.
Is that why we hear from your side chanting Mahama no third term?
That is the reason for which you hear that, because it is part of the intelligence that is being picked up, that there's a grand scheme that is rolling all into place. And they are rolling it out. For us, listen, people stood for hours in the queues in Kpandai to vote for a particular person for that seat. And organs of state are being maneuvered to snatch that seat away and add it to the already existent two-thirds majority to make it an overwhelming majority so that they can pursue a particular agenda. The least we can do is to stand on our feet and make sure that that injustice is not done, and that's why we are doing it.
But Kojo, there are some who would say that you set a precedent. When you came into power, there was an EC that you removed from office. And even in this chamber, there is also the reference to what happened during the James Jachikwesin period. Clearly, that is the argument by some that you've already set the precedent, so you shouldn't be blaming what is coming or accusing people of what is happening now.
Well, so today, for example, we are not discussing the EC, but I'll explain to you what happened. In that particular case, the chair of the EC, Madam Charlotte, says the one who petitioned for the removal of her deputies, and they counter-petitioned against her. The result of those petitions is what led to her exit from office. More importantly, there was no pre-advertised agenda to get rid of her. There was no pre-advertised agenda to get rid of a Chief Justice. In this instance, before the NDC came to power, there was a pre-advertised agenda to get rid of the Chief Justice. And it's been covered with procedure, and the Chief Justice has been ousted. There's a pre-advertised agenda to get rid of the EC Commissioner and her deputies. It has been rolled out, petitions, and then they will say, oh, it's procedure, it's procedure. We are telling you, if you still don't believe it, that there's a pre-advertised agenda to ensure that there's an overwhelming majority in this chamber for the purposes of constitutional amendments. It is coming. And what we can do is to stand on our feet and to draw Mr. Speaker's attention that he should not buckle to any pressure that is being put on him to declare the seat vacant, because he has already made that ruling. No amount of pressure should be brought on him to cause him to make that declaration.
As a caucus, you have made your point clear through your minority chief whip that this particular letter should be withdrawn. Now, per practice, we know that once you make that submission, you should hear from the other side of the house. In this case, you are opposed to hearing from the majority. We do not know what exactly he's going to say. Why don't you just give him a fair hearing so that we know the way forward?
Procedure is being used to perpetrate injustice in this country. So what they are seeking to do is to cool down the temperature and normalize it with a long discussion and then tell us that we can go to court if we don't like it. We need to let people understand that this is a political chamber. And all the tools of the trade are available to us in this political chamber. Now, if injustice is being perpetrated of this nature, we will withdraw cooperation. So what we have done is to withdraw cooperation. And prior to this, we have been cooperating. Every single report that comes, we support. We are working towards appropriation on the 19th. There's no business that we haven't supported. We are minded to support the government business to go on. But now that they have elected to put a spanner in their own works by trying to use instruments of state to snatch this seat from us, we are left with no choice than to suspend cooperation. We have a lot of respect for Mr. Speaker. We wish we didn't have to do this, but they are leaving us with no choice than to withdraw cooperation. Look at how today business is suffered. All of those who've done hours of research and want to contribute to national development and to discussion, they have to shelve all of that because they have elected, contrary to Mr. Speaker's ruling, they have elected to now put a spanner in the works. And my brother, if you push a man to the wall, you will see sides of him that are untidy. So it is in their hands, it is in their bosom to give that clear indication that that letter flying on social media does not even need to be withdrawn, and that indeed that letter or that letter is fake, doesn't have any grounding. No amount of procedural maneuvering that this is the procedure is going to change our mind. We have been clear. If you look at the energy from the backbenches, even when we are trying to tell them that, calm down, very clear that what is going to happen is that that assurance is required, else there will be no cooperation. It's unfortunate, but this is where we are.
But last from me, I've seen the member himself on social media indicate that he is confident of a victory after all of this. One would ask that if your side is this confident, why not just allow the process to go on for a rerun? Then you surely would win the seat back, if that's the case.
He is speaking in his personal capacity. I'm telling you the view of the caucus. You've seen up here in the gallery the acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Chairman Bute, up here in the gallery. There's a clear party position, there's a clear caucus position. I hear the member of parliament express his personal view, but the position of the party, the position of the caucus supersedes that. That cooperation will not be extended for as long as Mr. Speaker has been pressurized to renege on his earlier ruling. That ruling sits with precedent. And as long as he's been pressurized, then we are afraid that he's now acquiescing to that pressure. Because what he told our leadership 2 days ago is not what we are seeing flying on social media. And there are efforts now to maneuver and say, let's go by procedure, let's hear from this side. It's unfortunate. But our caucus has been clear that cooperation will be withdrawn until that assurance is given that that letter is not genuine and that the Honorable Matthew Nyindam remains Member of Parliament for Kpandai. Let the courts go through the process of determining. The political chamber should not be inserted to be an interlocutor in this matter and attempt to snatch that seat for the purposes of getting some numbers to advance some constitutional amendments. And that is why we've had to take this position.
Thank you so much. And so I have been engaging the Member of Parliament for Ofansia Irebi, Kojo Opong Kroma. But I have with me Dr. Ernest Henry Nogbe, who is also a student at the Ghana School of Law, and he knows some of these constitutional issues.
Today on the floor of Parliament, we haven't seen any major business take place because your colleagues on the other side are protesting a letter from the Office of the Clerk of Parliament to the EC declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. Now, as a majority side of the House, how is this affecting proceedings?
Well, I think it's affecting proceedings and government business, as you can all see. But it's just unfortunate that we are experiencing this at this particular time. Minority made a statement to that effect about the Kpandai seat. Now, what is left for them to do is to listen to the majority side in silence, because they made application to the speaker to that effect, and the majority will also have to reply. Now, they are unwilling to listen to the majority, and they are unwilling to repeat what they have said before even the main speaker came to take the seat. And so that is unfortunate. But the fact still remains that, yes, the High Court declared the seat vacant. You have filed a stay of execution. Yes, we rightly admit. But until that stay of execution is heard, whatever decision is taken by the High Court still remains. And if you listen to Speaker's ruling, he said the man remains a member of Parliament until 1st December. That was what he said. Today is 9th December, and now the clerk has issued a notice that they're declaring the seat vacant. I don't think it lies in the mouth of minority or majority to say otherwise. Be it as it may, if that is the case, you have made an application to the Right Honourable Speaker, listening to the side of the majority as well. The clerk cannot speak on the floor. So when you are posing questions to the clerk of Parliament, you don't expect him to speak on the floor because he doesn't have that locus to defend himself on the floor. He speaks through the leadership. So allow the majority leader to also come out with whatever he has to say. And you wouldn't budge. You will make an excessive noise. But we are saying that it's just unfortunate and it's unnecessary at this point in time.
But talking about the Speaker's ruling, I know that he had also mentioned that when you look at Rule 27(1) of the CI 19, which is he quoted, if the member exercises his right to appeal, there may be a further suspension, which is the case the minority is making, that so far as he has triggered the process for the appeal, why not wait for that determination on the appeal before we consider the original ruling of the court?
And don't forget that Supreme Court also ruled that until that decision or that application is heard at the Supreme Court. You know, in those days, you can even file an injunction. And as soon as you file an injunction, it takes effect. But as we speak now, until that injunction is heard or is granted, it can never take effect. And that is the Supreme Court decision. And so the law, we always say, is the law. The Supreme Court is saying that until the application is heard, the effect of it can never be tenable. Whatever the decision that has been taken at the High Court, it still remains. And so if within a specific period of time, the clerk to Parliament has been served, duly served, he has to act on that because there's no other service other than the decision of the High Court to the clerk of Parliament.
Thank you so much.
Most grateful.
So we have been engaging the Member of Parliament for Ashaiman, Dr. Ernest Henry Nogbe, who himself is going through the rudiment of the law and studying the law at the Ghana School of Law. Indeed, and so it is a divided position. See, what this and all of this means is that depending on which side of the political divide you stand, you are likely to look at the interpretation of the law in a different way. But indeed, if that is the case, per what the Speaker had ruled earlier, that if there is any appeal of the case, then it means that that one might impose a further suspension on the execution of the court orders, which then would mean that the Member of Parliament, beyond the December 1st that Henry references, can be or should have the right to attend parliamentary proceedings, partake in all decision-making, continue to exercise his right as a Member of Parliament, which is the case the minority today has made. And when you listen to what Kojo Oponkroma said and what Isaac Boamayako told me earlier, there are basic information and cases that earlier ruling or decision taken by the speaker should not be overturned. Now, when you listen to Oponkroma, he even makes a case that there are some external pressures on the speaker to make this order to the Electoral Commission for the rerun to take place. And if that is going to continue, they would not oblige and they would not give the majority side that needed cooperation for them to continue with business of the House. And so it is really an entrenched one. Like I told you, very soon would have that meeting in conclave, that backdoor meeting, and after which we would see what the leaders probably might have agreed to concerning this matter. What I know is that the Deputy Minority Leader Patricia Appiagyei is in that meeting, as well as the Majority Leader Mahama Yariga, who all are in that meeting trying to reach a consensus concerning this particular case. But the minority insists that, if anything at all, then there should be that declaration yet again that the letter which has been forwarded to the Electoral Commission is fake or was an error. Until that is done, they wouldn't give that kind of cooperation to allow business to continue in the House. And you heard the Ofasa Review member mention the fact that they have to pass the appropriation on the 19th of December, which is one critical thing to do, because without that, government is unable to undertake its duties in the 2026 fiscal year, which would then cripple it, especially in the very first quarter of next year. So this becomes very important. It is a reason this particular sitting is called the budget sitting, so that they're able to look at all of the various estimates for the ministries, departments, and agencies, which would then culminate into the passage of the appropriation for government to be able to undertake its duty. And so that is all that have been panning out on the floor of the House today for so many hours, 5 hours and counting. No business really has taken place, still at a stalemate. No side of the House is ready to reach a consensus with the other on this case of the Kpandai parliamentary election rerun. And we've been bringing you snippets and all the details of that, plus some exclusive details and interviews concerning that particular issue. I would come back to you in studio as you take it over from there. And once the House is back in session and is reconvened, we can continue to see or anticipate to see what the overall outcome is going to be, whether there's going to be that cooperation or the minority would still insist on that. And so there are some videos and footage from the chamber earlier concerning the protest by the minority MPs who were chanting and singing various songs. Indeed, they were holding a number of placards with some saying that no third term for Mahama. And you heard Oponkroma mention, for instance, that they need an overwhelming majority for them to be able to more or less cause some amendment to the constitution to guarantee a third term possibly for the president. We can take a replay of some of those footage and chants, and then we're back with some more details.
Battery no does. So we see me use the battery no one day pen a battery in your son. You know what the mom is. Still on me and feel so. Still on me and feel so. See, I need to win so now.
In informal chat and conversations as we await the return of the speaker to the chamber. And so these are live pictures from the Chamber of Parliament. And if you recall, I told you earlier that the 5 minutes the Speaker gave wasn't going to be your strict 5 minutes, because usually what we know is that in situations like this, when they decide to go into conclave, it takes much more time. Oh, but interestingly, I've just seen the Majority Leader together with the Attorney General and Patrick Boama, who have just entered, and the Speaker is filing in right on time. And so we'll see what would be the outcome of conclave and what is going to be the outcome once the Speaker takes his seat. And so they are back from conclave, and we'll see what would be the resolution from here. It's been very long a period of an entrenched position. Let's cross over to the chamber now.
Please, I apologize profusely for taking more than the 5 minutes suspension. I decided that it was important I listened to your leaders. I've done that. We are back after more than how many minutes? 3. You are right. Yes, more than 1 hour. And I think it's proper and is the law that the majority leader be heard. Then I, as the presiding officer, will have my say by giving a ruling on the matter. That is the situation. I can't do anything apart from that. Please, Leader of the House. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issues before this House have to do with a letter written by the clerk of the Parliament to the Electoral Commission dated 4 December 2025. In the letter, the clerk, Ebenezer Ehuma Jetro, had written to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, and it reads, occurrence of vacancy in the membership of Parliament. And it said, in exercise of the powers conferred and the duty imposed on the clerk to Parliament by Article 112, Clause 5, as amended, of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, as amended, I, Ebenezer Ehuma Jetro, the clerk to Parliament, do hereby formally notify you of the occurrence of a vacancy in the membership of Parliament occasioned by the order of the High Court, Tamale, for a rerun of the Kpandai parliamentary elections given on the 24th day of November 2025. This notification is pursuant to the service of a court order on the clerk to Parliament, the fourth respondent in the suit numbered NR/HC/E13/22/25. Accordingly, notice is hereby given. Mr. Speaker, on the strength of this communication from the clerk to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the minority today, this morning, made a statement pursuant to the provisions on statements on urgent public matters. Mr. Speaker, when the minority chief whip made a statement, he demanded that the clerk be made to withdraw the letter he has written to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, I was not in the chamber at the time that the statement was made by the minority chief whip. I came in and I saw that the majority chief whip was on his feet and the members of the minority were on their feet behaving the very way that they are behaving now. And so I then urged the minority to allow for comments to be made, but they persisted behaving the way that they are behaving right now. Mr. Speaker, they continued behaving this way until the first deputy speaker, who was presiding, decided to get up on his feet to try and then bring order in the House. Mr. Speaker, he stood for a very long time and they did not. They continued conducting themselves in the manner that they are conducting themselves now. And so the first deputy speaker took a short suspension and invited the leadership to conclave. When we went into conclave, the minority leadership refused to show up. They refused to show up, and subsequently, Honorable Habib came and said he had been mandated by the leadership to represent them in conclave. So in conclave, we tried to discuss the situation and to find out exactly what the problem was. It turned out, Mr. Speaker, that they said on the 4th, on Thursday, 27th of November, 2025, you had given a ruling regarding the rerun of the Kpandai parliamentary elections. And in your ruling, according to them, you had indicated that if the member for Kpandai exercised his rights to appeal, then that exercise of the right to appeal against the High Court decision will act as a stay on the execution of the orders or the judgment of the court. So the member for Kpandai had gone to file an appeal and had also filed an application for stay. And so, according to them, having acted on your indications in the chamber, they felt that the decision to allow the clerk to write to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission was not in good faith, and that was the basis of their objection. I listened to them, and so I called for the records, and I was given the Hansard, which captures exactly what you said on Thursday, 27th of November 2025. And Mr. Speaker, I want to read excerpts of your ruling and where they are basing their claims on, and then my responses to them. Mr. Speaker, you indicated on that day that honorable members, on Tuesday, 25th November 2025, the Legal Services Office of the House was served with an order from the Tamale High Court directed at the Clerk to Parliament. Per the order, the court had ordered the second respondent, that is the Electoral Commission, to rerun the Kpandai parliamentary election within 30 days. Honorable members, this order arises out of the election petition filed by Daniel Nsa Wakwa, challenging the declaration of the Electoral Commission of Matthew Yindam as Member of Parliament-elect for the Kpandai constituency pursuant to the Kpandai parliamentary elections held on 7 December 2025. Honourable members, the effect of the order, to my understanding, is that the Electoral Commission is to conduct a rerun election within 30 days, implying that the original declaration of Honourable Matthew Yindam as the winner of the parliamentary election is invalid, and the member is no longer a member of Parliament. I, however, bring to the attention of the House the provisions of the Court of Appeal Rules 1997 CI 19 as amended in the Court of Appeal Rules of 2020 CI 132 Rule 27.3, and it provides as follows, and I quote, "There shall be a stay of execution of the judgment or decision appealed against for a period of 7 days immediately following the giving of notice of the judgment or decision." This rule appears mandatory in 8 terms and applies in every High Court decision capable of appeal. The Supreme Court in Mensa and Ghana Commercial Bank 2005 to 2006 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Reports on page 288 held that any execution commenced before the expiry of this 7-day period is premature and void. The Court of Appeal reaffirmed this position in Clenham Construction Limited and Falcon Crest Investment Limited and others, 7 April 2022, emphasizing that the purpose of the statutory stay is to allow the losing party the opportunity to consider the judgment and determine whether to appeal or seek further relief. Justice Bar J.A. explained that the position of the law does, and I quote him, "The plain meaning scope and effect of Rule 27(3)(b) of CI 19 is that in respect of any ruling, judgment, or decision of the High Court of whatever description, in respect of which an appeal can be filed, and further, in respect of which an application for a stay of execution or proceedings could be filed, there shall operate a statutory stay of execution or proceedings for a period of 7 days. The apparent intent of the law is to enable the vanquished to ponder over and scrutinize the bona fides of the ruling, decision, or judgment in order to decide on whether or not to appeal. It is when a decision is made to appeal that an application can be made to the High Court under Rule 27(1)(a) of CI 19 or to this court under Rule 27(1)(b) of CI 19. Unquote. In this instance, the ruling of the Tamale High Court was delivered on 24th November 2025. The statutory 7-day stay, therefore, remains in force until 1st December 2025. During this period, the ruling of the High Court cannot form the basis for the Speaker to instruct the Clerk to Parliament to notify the Electoral Commission that the Kpandai seat is vacant. Mr. Speaker, you then added, in addition to the above, should Mr. Yindam exercise his right of appeal, such as an application under Rule 27(1)(b) of CI 19, it may impose a further suspension on the enforcement of the judgment until the application is determined by the appropriate court. This rule appears to prevent the subject matter of the appeal from being altered or prejudiced while the appeal processes are pending. Therefore, before the initial 7-day statutory stay, the filing of a stay application may yet introduce an additional layer that may prevent changes to the status of the honorable member within the meaning of Article 97 and 99 of the Constitution. The attention of the House is also brought to Article 105 of the 1992 Constitution, which provides that a person who sits or votes in Parliament knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so commits an offense. It is crucial to emphasize that Article 105 is penal in nature. Should the honorable member know that he ought not to be in the chamber and he participates in the activities in the chamber. Honorable members, it is therefore premature to say that Mr. Matuyindam is disqualified from entering and participating in the proceedings of the House, because this period still falls within the 7-day mandatory stay of execution of the order. Honorable members, this is not a declaratory order. It is an executive order that was delivered by the High Court. And so the honorable member is right to have been in the House yesterday and to have participated in the proceedings. So, Speaker, so this is what you delivered, and the minority are basing their arguments on the part of your ruling, where you said, and I quote, in addition to the above, should Mr. Yindam exercise his right of appeal, such as an application under Rule 27(1)(b) of CI 19, it may impose a further suspension on the enforcement of the judgment until the application is determined by the appropriate court. This rule appears to prevent the subject matter of the appeal from being altered or prejudiced while the appeal processes are pending. So, Mr. Speaker, their argument is that you appear to have given a ruling that the member is entitled to stay as a member of this House, and also that if the member did file any process in the courts, by virtue of having filed the process, then the member's right to remain is further fortified until the matters are disposed of by the court where the application for stay of execution or even the appeal has been lodged. So I called for CI 19 and CI as amended by CI 132. Mr. Speaker, and I read CI 132.1 to them. And CI 132 says that the Court of Appeal Rules 1997, CI 19, referred to in this enactment as the principal enactment, is amended in Rule 27 by A, the substitution for Sub-Rule 1 of quote 1, an appeal shall not operate as a stay of execution under the judgment or decision appealed against unless the court otherwise orders on an application made to the court by motion on notice, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I referred my friends on the other side to this provision of CI 132 and tried to indicate to them that filing an appeal or even filing a motion on notice will not automatically serve as a stay of the execution of an order of a court. And so, in the absence of a substantive order by the court, the clerk was not stopped from communicating to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission under the Constitution, because the chairperson is also obliged under the Constitution to communicate within a certain time period. So, Mr. Speaker, I then urge on our colleagues on the other side that we should come back to the chamber and they can restate their position, and I will also state this position as I have stated it. And on the basis of our positions, then we can invite you as Speaker to come and then give a ruling whether it was appropriate or in keeping with the law for the Clerk of Parliament to write the letter that he wrote to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, which I have already read to the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I think that it will be appropriate to read Article 112 of the Constitution so that we can see what informed the action of the Clerk of Parliament, to see whether the Clerk of Parliament is in error or also acting pursuant to a constitutional obligation. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, let me read Article 1125 of the Constitution. 1125 of the Constitution says that whenever a vacancy occurs in Parliament, the Clerk to Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after the vacancy occurred, and a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurs. Notwithstanding clause 5 of this article, a by-election shall not be held within 3 months before the holding of a general election. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly the Constitution injuncts the Clerk of Parliament whenever a vacancy occurs in Parliament. The Clerk to Parliament shall notify the Electoral Commission in writing within 7 days after the vacancy occurred, and a by-election shall be held within 30 days after the vacancy occurred. So, Mr. Speaker, so if we take the records, we notice that on 27th November 2025, 24th November 2025, you had indicated in your ruling that the statutory 7 days stay, therefore, remains in force until 1st December 2025. So once the statutory 7 days was in force till 1st December 2025, it means that the obligation of the Clerk of Parliament will start counting on the 1st of December 2025. So within 7 days of December, the clerk was obliged constitutionally, pursuant to Article 1125, to notify the clerk. So on the 4th of December, the clerk wrote to the Electoral Commission indicating that there was a vacancy because the clerk had been served by the order emanating from the High Court indicating that the court had ruled that there should be a rerun of the election in the Kpandai constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that what you are being invited to rule on here today is whether the clerk erred in communicating to the Electoral Commission that a vacancy has occurred. And once a vacancy has occurred, that there should be a by-election in the Kpandai constituency. Mr. Speaker, especially your indication in your ruling that filing an appeal may elongate the period during which the member may be allowed to remain in the chamber. So, Mr. Speaker, that is basically what it is. That's all. Nothing really earth-shattering. And since morning, we've been having indications, negotiations, discussions, and we said that we should come into the chamber, and since they have indicated their position, we should also indicate our position. Now, in a normal democracy, with normal Democrats, people who actually believe in democracy, you would imagine that they will have no issue with us having this discussion in open parliament. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that we have this character of parliamentarians representing the minority side, and they are insisting that they don't want the discussions held in open parliament, that we should not be transparent about our arguments, that this side of the house should not be heard on this matter. And I have said it's not possible. No matter how much you chant, no matter how much noise you make, in fact, even if you come and stand on my seat here, I will still state my position so that the Speaker can give his ruling. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue before you is not to challenge your ruling. It is not to challenge your ruling, because your ruling was not even about what happens when one files an appeal. Your ruling was whether or not within the 7 days you could be called upon to remove the member of parliament from the chamber. If you recall, that was the main issue. And you ruled accordingly that by our CI 19, there is an automatic stay for 7 days. And so within that 7 days, the judgment could not be executed. The member will have a right to be in the chamber. But after the 7 days, then a execution will be triggered automatically. So that ruling you gave, but then you engage in a general discussion of, some legal matters, and then you said that, if he triggers his appeal rights, it may. I think that the contention is around your use of the word may, and having used the word may, their position is that once he had filed his appeal and filed his motion on notice trying to secure an interim injunction, then we should not have allowed the clerk to write the letter to the Electoral Commission. But my contention is that that was not the gravamen of your ruling. The gravamen of your ruling was basically to decide that on that day the honourable member should stay in the chamber or not. And you did rule that he could stay in the chamber. Now, the issue of whether or not when he files an appeal and when he files a motion on notice for interim injunction, whether that serves as an injunction is a completely different matter. And I drew attention to CI 132, which amended CI 19, and which in its terms is very clear that once a judgment is given, when you file an appeal or a motion on notice for stay of execution, it does not automatically stay proceedings in the execution of that judgment. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what you are being called upon to decide, and unfortunately, I am surprised that our friends on the other side will not want this fact to be stated so that Ghanaians will know why they are in black. Ghanaians will know why they are wearing face masks. They don't want Ghanaians to identify them individually. They are wearing face masks. They are wearing face masks. They don't want Ghanaians to identify them. If you are ashamed of what you are doing, remove your face mask. If you are ashamed of what you are doing, then don't do it. If you have the courage to do them, don't wear face masks to do them. I'm not wearing a face mask. I am very confident. And I can assure you that I will not be distracted. You can say anything about Boku, I will not respond to you. You can say anything, I will not mind you. I will remain focused. I will let the Ghanaians know that you are only pretending to be Democrats. You are not Democrats. Because if you are Democrats, you will allow Ghanaians to hear what is it that you are fighting. But you don't want Ghanaians to hear the facts, because you know that the facts are not on your side. You are fighting for justice, but you don't want Ghanaians to know the facts on the basis that you are fighting for justice. How will the Speaker rule if the Speaker has not heard all sides of this matter? The Speaker cannot rule. That is why since morning my side has insisted that we will speak to the facts so that the Speaker can rule on the matter. And I am insisting that we will not allow this matter to be treated in secrecy. It must be treated in the full glare of the media. I want them to capture the facts based on which you are mounting your protest, so that Ghanaians will be the judges as to who actually is right in this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, basically, those are the facts. And I hear them talking about Boku. I will restrain myself today because His Royal Majesty, the Otumfuo, has indicated that he will bring the report on Boku on the 17th to present to His Excellency the President. When he presents his report to His Excellency, the President, we will see where the matter will end. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much.
Honorable members, honorable members, I believe the office of the official reports would have captured what the majority leader commented upon. Honorable members, I will have to, in the circumstances that we are in today, have access to what has been captured by the official reports, and I will come to the House to give a ruling in this matter. Honorable members, in the circumstances, I will want to urge the House to await my ruling and to allow us to proceed with the business of the House.
No way, 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 no way.
I'm reliably informed that this was an urgent statement that was made by the minority chief whip. And so I think this matter would have come under item 8. And being an urgent statement of public concern, the First Deputy Speaker granted leave after the indulgence of the House. And so the rules were properly applied. It means after item 8, subject to the convenience of the House, I want us to take item 9, which is at the commencement of public business. Item 9, presentation of papers. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, item 9A is request for tax waivers to be laid by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance is not immediately available, and so I want to crave your indulgence for his deputy who is here, to lay item 9A.
Yes. Minority. Honorable members, I thought I saw, honorable members, Minority Chief Whip was on his feet, so I have to listen to him. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker. You can get up, 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 get up. You can get up. You can get up. Don't let me speak.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, Speaker, my colleagues should bear me out. All the occasions that it matter, we had cooperated. If you're a man, speak into the microphone, and we'll reply you. So, you can say whatever you want to say. No, but let me make it very, you cannot scare me. You cannot scare me. Whatever I want to say, I'll say it. If you want to speak, rise up and catch the eye of the speaker. You cannot scare me. You can't. What can you do? Speaker, I'm saying that to the extent that since we started the consideration of the estimate, largely we have cooperated with our colleagues. Even where ministers are absent, where committee chairs are absent, we have cooperated and staged the needed compromise. Speaker, we've had enough for the day. And hence, we will call for an adjournment, a due and adjournment, and a deserving one, of course. We are calling for an adjournment because well, for the records, we want to make it very clear to you that you cannot scare anybody here. Now, until Kpandai is resolved, government business will suffer. Get away! Get it clear! Get it clear! Until Kpandai, I put it to you that until Kpandai is resolved, government business is going to suffer. And from henceforth, you keep telling us you have 189, 185, and then 4 independent members. Go and marshal your numbers and come and do your business. Until Kpandai is resolved, we on this side will not cooperate. We are saying it again, we will not cooperate with you. And nobody's going anywhere. Well, we are not moving. We are not going anywhere. And so, Speaker, we have made that point, continue to make this point. We are not obstructing government business. Now, we believe that governance is a continuum, and we must continue with government business. However, to the extent that you want to twist our hands, to the extent that you have conspired to twist our hands, I put it to you that government business will suffer. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not doing any business. We are not going to cooperate with you until Kpandai is resolved. And we are telling you this, Chief, we'll get it. Government business will suffer, and you are going to suffer. And if you think we are going to go home, nobody is stepping out of this chamber. Nobody is moving out. So, Speaker, we have had enough for the day. We must deservedly adjourn. And then when we come tomorrow, we'll consider whether we'll do business with you or not.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Those against adjournment, say no. Honorable members, the noes have it. So, yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, I rise under 1513. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Standing Order 1513. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 151. Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 151(3) states that a member may challenge the decision of the Speaker on the voice vote, and the Speaker shall determine whether to call for a head count or electronic vote. Mr. Speaker, in this case, we call for a head count.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure my colleague, Honorable Habib, is aware of the provisions of Order 154. Order 154 says that you cannot unnecessarily claim division. Mr. Speaker, you cannot unnecessarily claim for division. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that this side has the numbers and we can continue to conduct business. I can understand that our friends on the other side have an issue that they want to bring to the attention of the nation. They have brought their issue to the attention of the nation. I have in my presentation to you been fair to both sides. I have really, in fact, made their case better than they could have made it themselves. So I'm sure Ghanaians know the basis of their protest. And I'm not running away from the basis of your protest. I don't easily run away. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that we have been prevented from conducting business the whole day as a result of the protest that they mounted. And we indulge them We engaged them. I presided over a meeting that lasted several hours trying to find an amicable way out of it. Because of that, we have not been able to touch any of the items under government business. And so I urge you, Mr. Speaker, that we proceed to deal with the items. Mr. Speaker, that is my
Honourable members, it is clear that the Deputy Minority Whip has challenged my decision on the voice vote. What is now left is for me to determine whether to call for head count or electronic vote. That decision lies in my bosom, and I will exercise it in favor of us continuing with the business, because I believe that the voice vote was very clear, and there was nothing wrong with my decision, and therefore we'll proceed with the business of the House. Honourable members, item 9. By the Minister for Finance.
Request for the waiver of import duties, import national health insurance levy, special import levy, value-added tax, get fund levy, ECOWAS levy, AU levy, and SM levy on the importation of vehicles with engine capacities of up to 2.70 cc for foreign service officers returning from imposting at Ghana mission abroad.
Honourable members, the requests for the waiver of the duties, taxes, and levies are accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the item 9B is brought to this House by the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs is in the chamber, so I want to crave your indulgence for the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs to lay item number 9B.
Honourable members, item 9B by the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Agreement under United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction.
Please, the Minister.
Honourable members, the said agreement has been accordingly presented to the House and is referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, item number 9C is by the Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy and Green Transition is unavoidably absent, and so I crave your indulgence for his deputy, the Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, who is in the chamber, to lay the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation on behalf. the Deputy Minister for Lands, to lay the paper on behalf of the Minister for
Honorable members,
the Minister for Energy and Green Transition,
GMPC, for the year 2026. Honorable members, item 9C. 9C. Work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GMPC, for the year 2026. Honorable members, the work program of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation for the year 2026 has been presented to the House and referred to the Committee on Energy for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, we now move to item 25.
Mr. Speaker, we will now take item 25. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence so that the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Yusuf, will move the motion, and then we can take the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee will move the motion.
Honorable members, item 26 is supposed to be presented by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopt the report of the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources on the allocation of the sum of 2,108,555,490 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move.
Mr. Speaker. Yes, move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Any seconder.
We will allow
any seconder. The motion has been seconded, Mr. Speaker.
I rise to second the motion ably moved by the chairman of the Committee of Lands and Natural Resources. And in doing so, Mr. Chairman, I want to call on this House to adopt this motion and pass the amount of money stated in this motion for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and its agencies. Thank you. It's wrong.
Honorable members,
motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I think you can put the question.
Honorable members, there be no consideration. I'll put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes.
These are the views of the majority. Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 18, which is the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. Mr. Speaker, so we'll take item number 18.
Honorable members, item 18. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Okay. Yeah, I have it here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and he's moving. He has moving. You move it. You move it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that.
On the employment, labor, relations and pensions on the allocations of the sum 100,103,498 for the services of the Ministry of Labor, Jobs, Employment for the year 31st December 2026.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And doing so, present your committees by the report. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hamza department to capture entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, as I state my conclusion, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore entreats the Ministry of Finance to uncap the entirely directive funds of the MPRA in order that the authority could open regional offices to enhance national coverage, strengthen compliance enforcement across the country, to effectively resolve all pension-related complaints across the country. Mr. Speaker, the National Labour Commission is pivotal in settlement of labor disputes in Ghana, giving it statutory mandate of ensuring compliance with labor laws and standards. Mr. Speaker, to facilitating the settlement, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee accordingly to commence the House of this report and to approve a sum total of 142,307,063 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment for the discharge of each mandate. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I respectively submit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
National Labour Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I write to second the motion and doing so present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hamza Department to capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, in this chamber. I so move. There's a clear abuse of majority power in this chamber.
It's captured.
There is a clear abuse of Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
And this is clearly getting out of hand right now as MPs move into.
It has been moved and seconded.
A clear abuse of majority power in this.
Into the middle of the chamber, pushing shoulders, pushing one another. But it is interesting to note that even as that unfolds, business of the House is somewhat happening. In fact, the majority leader's microphone is on. Just a while ago, he was speaking. It is a helpless situation right here in the Chamber of Parliament. Very, very unfortunate development here. What started as a protest with chants from their desks and their table has now transcended into this situation where the marshals have had to be called in and the protest just continues. But just maybe let's continue to get the sight and sounds as it unfolds on the floor right now, with a lot of the minority MPs in black strongly protesting and demanding that the right thing be done.
Speaker says he has not put the question on 18 yet. So we have to wait for him to put the question on 18.
Honorable members, please resume your seats. Resume your seats. Resume your seats.
Occupy your seat. Occupy your seat. Speaker says.
Honorable members, motion item 18 has been moved and seconded. Since there is no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no.
Item number 19.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
No, 19. You have to repeat it. You have to repeat it. Where's the minister? No, he said that he didn't put the question.
Mr. Speaker, we will take motion number 19. Motion number 19 will be moved by the Minister for Employment.
Just move it. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Employment, on Labor, Jobs and Employment and Pensions on the allocations of the sum of 26,648,670 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Labour Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, so move.
Where is the chairman? To come back in. Where's the chairman?
Honorable members.
Where's the vice chairman? Just second that. Just second.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I heard the motion being moved. The one who seconded the motion, I don't know who has seconded the motion. Please, you have not disclosed who you are, who seconded the motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am the Vice Chairman of the committee, and in seconding the motion, my name. I'm the Vice Chairman of the committee. My name is Isaac Ashai Odampton. In seconding the motion, I present the report and ask the House to approve I ask the Hansard to capture the entire report as though it's been read and call on the House to approve the sum indicated in the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of motion item 19 on the order paper, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if we can take motion number 30. Motion number 30.
Honorable members, motion number 3030.
Mr. Speaker,
moved by the chairman of the committee.
Where's the chairman?
Defense and Interior. Defense and Interior.
Just the motion number 30. Read it. Just read the whole thing.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the committee. No, this is Committee on Defense and Interior on the allocation of the sum of 10 million for the services of the Ministry of Defense for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I'll rise to second the motion. 30 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, as I present the report of your committee, Mr. Speaker, the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the 2026 annual estimate of the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Mr. Speaker, I want the report to be captured as it has been duly read. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker,
In view of the above, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 10,772,441,661 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs of the Ministry of Defense and its agencies for the 2026 fiscal year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, you may put the question on motion number 30. You may put the question on motion number 30.
Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the motion is carried and the House has accordingly adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's take motion number 31. Motion number 31. I'll move it in a second. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the allocation of the sum of 144,580,479 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Commission for Civic Education for the year ending 31st December 2026. I shall move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in seconding the motion, I present your committee's report and call on Hansard to capture the entire report as though it was read in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, and in seconding, I urge the House to adopt the report and to approve the sum of 144,580,479 cedis to enable the NCCE undertake its functions as stipulated by the Constitution. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, there be no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Let me just finish. Don't worry, we'll do it right now. We'll do it right now. Mr. Speaker, item number 27. 27, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, item 27 on the order paper. Motion, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I am the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the allocation of the sum of 12,527,863 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Media Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I am Isaac Ashayo Dampton, a member of the committee, and I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I call on Hansard to capture the entire report as though it's been read in full. Mr. Speaker, I also call on the House to adopt the report and approve the sum of 12,937,000. Mr. Speaker, to approve the sum of 12,527,863 cedis for the activities of National Media Commission for the year ended 31st December 2026. I so move. Thank you. I so second.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 23. Item number 23.
Honorable members, motion number 23, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I pray that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the allocation of the sum of 844,541,234 for the services of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2026. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, as the chair, I rise to second the motion as the chairman of the committee. In doing so, I present the committee's report, and I urge the Hansard department to capture the report in its entirety, as if it was read word to word. Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 844,541,243 cedis for the Ministry of Trade to carry out its activities for the year 2026 financial year. Thank you so much. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Please, Minister is on the street. Speaker is on the street. Everybody, please go to your seat. Go to your seat, please. Please.
Honorable members, motion number 23 has been moved and seconded. It's for the consideration of the House. Honorable
Mr.
members,
Speaker, you may put the question.
There being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
So which, I think 21. Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 21. That's the Finance Committee.
Honorable members, item 21 on the order paper. Motion. Chairman of the committee.
Move it in the chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that item number 21 on today's order paper be taken. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So committee, come and second.
Honorable members, who moved the motion?
Come and second.
I didn't get the name of the person who moved the motion.
He has moved it.
Yeah, you move. So just second.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Who moved the motion? Who moved the motion? Please, let's capture it properly. Who moved the motion?
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance moved the motion so that the chairman of Finance Committee will second and present the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion whilst I present your committee's report. I call the Hazard Department to capture the entire report as having been read to approve the sum of 4,671,386,737 Ghana cedis. Respected submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, there being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we'll take item number 17. Item number 17. Motion number 17, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, item 17, motion, chairman of the committee.
Move the motion and then present the report. Don't press it. Just go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I wish to move that this House...
Move, not I wish.
I move that this House adopts this motion number 17 on today's order paper, that the Honorable House approves a sum of 3,037,594 Ghana cedis, 607 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move, Mr. Speaker. And in moving, Mr. Speaker, allow me to present your committee's report. I invite, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, for Hansard to capture the full content of this report as if it was read in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been done, and so I wish to move that the House accordingly, the committee accordingly recommends that this House adopts its report to approve the sum of 3,037,594,607 Ghana cedis. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, there be no further consideration. I proceed to put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 15. The estimate for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Item number 15. What's your chairperson?
Honorable members, motion 1515 on the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to move the motion that an amount of 255,127,941 cedis be approved for the programs and activities of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts and its agencies for the 2026 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Moving, you are presenting the report.
In moving this report, in moving this motion, I present the report of the committee and I urge the Hansa department to capture the report in its entirety as if it was read word by word.
Thank you. No, get up. It's okay. Get up. Get up. Second. Get up. Don't worry. Get up. Second. Why?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the motion has been moved and seconded.
Honorable members, motion number 15 on the order paper moved and seconded as for the consideration of the House. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, we may put
there being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Which one? Mr. Minister. What? Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 16. Item number 16, the estimates for the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2026. Don't touch it. Just go ahead.
Honorable members, motion 16, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology on the allocation of the sum of 1,349,588,593 for the services of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2036. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I present the committee report. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hansa to capture the entirety of the report having been read. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the committee having viewed and examined the 2026 annual budget, estimate of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology is satisfied that the proposed policies and programs are well aligned with the government industrialization agenda and are likely to contribute significantly to the national economic growth. Accordingly, the committee recommends to the House the adoption of this report and approval of the total sum of 1,349,588,593 Ghana cedis to enable the ministry to effectively undertake its planned activities for the 2026 financial year. I so move.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable member who has seconded the motion.
Are you interested? Mr. Speaker, you can put the question.
Please.
Who seconded the motion? What's the name of the person?
When you second the motion, the record must show who seconded the motion.
Honorable Bento seconded the motion.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Godfred Henry Bento, Member of Parliament from Paul.
Honorable members,
member of the committee.
Motion 1616 has been moved and seconded. Is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, there being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we will take the estimates for the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, item number 29. The chairman of the committee is here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Honorable Enezeri Nogbe. I rise to move that motion number 29 on today's order paper, page 13, be moved today. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present to approve the sum of 622,627,978 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I present your committee's report and I urge the Hansa Department to capture the entire report as if same have been read in its entirety. Whilst the committee recommends that this Honorable House approve an allocation of 580,424,413 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Sports and Recreation for the 2026 fiscal year. As so moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, motion seconded.
Honorable members, I didn't hear the person who seconded the motion.
Minister for Sports. So your name and then Minister for Sports.
Mr. Speaker, Kofi Adams, the Minister for Sports and Recreation, seconded the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
Honorable members, there being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let's take item number 20 for the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December 2026. The chairman of the committee is here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that motion number 20 on today's order paper, page 12, be moved today for the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Youth and Sports on the allocation of the sum of 1,621,252,590 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Youth and Development and Empowerment for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I submit your committee's report. In doing so, I present the committee's report and I urge the Hansa department to capture the report, the entire report, as if same have been read in its entirety. Whilst your committee recommend that 1,621,252,519 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment for the 2026 fiscal year be approved. I so submit. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on behalf of the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Now this motion so moved is seconded. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion has been moved and seconded. It's for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, you may put the question.
There be no further consideration. I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, item number 24. Item number 24. Mr. Speaker, item number 24. No.
Honorable members, item 24, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies on the allocation of the sum of 99,755,648 Ghana cedis for the services of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, my name is Isaac Ashai Odampton, a member of the committee. I rise to second the motion and to present your committee on independent constitutional bodies report for the House to adopt and to approve the sum. But may I urge the Hansa department to capture the entire report as if the same was fully read in its entirety. I so move.
Second.
Mr. Speaker, I so second. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. I proceed to put the question. Those in support of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the motion is accordingly adopted.
34. Mr. Speaker, we will take item number 34, motion number 34, for the services of the Minister of Interior.
Motion number 34 at age 14 of the order paper. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to move motion number 34, that this House adopts the report of the Joint Committee on Defense and Interior and Security and Intelligence on the allocation of the sum of 12,577,077,977 for the services of the Ministry of the Interior for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report, and as I go through, I want Hansa Department to capture the report as been entirely read, and I go straight away, Mr. Speaker, to the conclusion and recommendation. In view of the critical role that the security services play in promoting peace and enforcement, we comment that the
House approved the sum of 12,577,977. That is 12,577,077,977 for the implementation of the program activities of the Ministry of Interior and its agencies for the fiscal year 2026. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, in a second.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you. Honourable Jalabi, Deputy Minister.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members,
Mr. Speaker, you may put your question.
There being no further consideration, I put the question. Those in favour of the adoption of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
It's been a long day of back and forth. In fact, it started when the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompreh, read a long statement, a strong one indeed, indicating that their side would not countenance a notice from the clerk to the Electoral Commission declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. Right after that, there was a protest from the minority side, who have largely clad themselves in black all day, who stood to their feet and started protesting. At the time, it was the first Deputy Speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who was presiding. He had to call for a temporary suspension so that the matter would be looked into. The minority was demanding the reversal or the withdrawal of that notice sent from the clerk to the Electoral Commission declaring the seat vacant, which then would culminate into processes leading to a rerun of the election. Now, after several hours later, the House reconvened and the Speaker himself came to chair the House, chair proceedings. Now, what happened after that was that the Speaker, who was not around when the initial issue was raised, sought to get some briefing from the majority leader, after which would have been followed by the minority leadership. Now, the minority caucus indicated that they aren't going to allow the majority leader to speak on the floor. And that again resulted in some chant and some songs that were being sung. They started hitting on the tables, left, right, center. That also led to another suspension. In fact, the Speaker indicated that he was going to suspend sitting for just 5 minutes, but that ended up in more than an hour of suspension. Leadership went into conclave. The expectation was that after conclave, there would have been a consensus to get a pathway from there, but that did not help much. When they returned from the conclave and proceedings resumed, the majority leader again was invited by the Speaker to brief him on what had taken place earlier. The minority MPs yet again rose to their feet and started chanting. Interestingly, the majority leader continued to make his case amid the disruptions from the minority MPs until he concluded. Now, after he concluded, the Speaker, who was expected to deliver a ruling on this, indicated that because of the noise and the nature in which the presentation was made by the majority leader, he would want to get the official report which captures the verbatim contributions of members on the floor to read what exactly the majority leader said concerning the matter, and then he would return later to come to deliver a ruling. Now, what is the background to all of this? The background is that the Speaker had earlier delivered a ruling after the Tamale High Court had ordered a rerun of the entire parliamentary election in Kpandai. The minority side protested that, and the majority chief whip Roxanne Nelson Dafemakpo had wanted the Speaker to instantly declare the seat vacant after that ruling by the court, and the Speaker relied on constitutional instrument CI 19, especially the Rule 27(3), which indicates that once an appeal is filed, it triggers an automatic mandatory 7 days stay of execution of the court order. And so as of the time the majority chief whip demanded that the seat be declared vacant, that couldn't be granted. It was premature at the time, and so technically the mandatory 7 days of stay of execution would last until 1st December, when the member would cease to be a member of parliament. But a caveat to that is that when you look at the same Rule 27 of the CI 19, especially the one, it indicates, and just as the Speaker had indicated, if the member exercises his right to appeal the case, there may be, and as the Speaker puts it, there could be a further suspension on the execution of the court order, the Tamale High Court court order, and so, which means that the minority side today is basically relying on that to say that there has been a level of inconsistency concerning what the Speaker himself determined or ruled that particular day. Why the change? The question they are asking is that why is there a change when Parliament could not wait for at least a determination of the appeal, as has been started by Matthew Yindam, who is a party in the case. Now, the majority side is also of the view that the Speaker has the right. The Speaker has the right, or I mean, the clerk has the constitutional right to declare a seat vacant, especially when orders of the court have been served on Parliament. And so technically, once the orders have been served and there is no contrary order, the Speaker can, the clerk to Parliament can go ahead to write to the Electoral Commission to declare the seats vacant. And so that has been the back and forth really over the period today, as we have had it all through. And right now, what you see happening on the floor is that despite the disruptions by the minority MPs who a while ago attempted to move to where the mace is, and the mace is the authority of the House. They had wanted to move to where the mace is and probably cross over to the majority side of the House. That resulted in near fisticuffs. You could see on your screen some scenes, what many who have been following and commenting on it have called disgraceful. Also because when you look at how the members of Parliament were pushing each other, at a point it got intense and heated, and like I recall, near fisticuffs, if you may call it so, in the chamber. But interestingly, you see that even as all of that is unfolding, the majority side is still continuing with the business of the House. And this is a budget meeting, so it means that they should be able to finish looking into the various estimates for the ministries, departments and agencies, and right after that, somewhere around the December 19th, there would be the passage of the appropriation, which would then empower government to go about its planned activities in the 2026 fiscal year. Without the passage of the appropriation, it leaves a vacuum. It raises questions. And so the majority side has continued up until now to consider some of the estimates, and so approvals are being made. The various estimates for some of the ministries are already being passed with voice vote, and also because they have the numbers, and technically what it means is that they can choose to go ahead with business, to conduct business with or without the minority side. And so still you see on your screens the minority MPs who are still on their feet. In fact, a while ago, they had attempted to move to the speaker's area, but yet again you have a lot of marshals that are up on their feet trying to ensure that the situation does not degenerate further into much more chaos on the floor. But one would say that the harm has been caused again, and yet again we have Parliament and MPs descending very low to this extent. And this is where many have already begun talking about how the first situation in the year concerning the ministerial vetting chaos and its report were looked at. In fact, we know very well that in the last sitting, for instance, the report was advertised several times in the order paper to be taken so that we get to see what the findings are, who is liable, who should be sanctioned or not. Yet that report was not adopted and has not been adopted up until now. In fact, in the beginning of this sitting, the Speaker had indicated that he is still awaiting the report from the police, because mind you, when that happened, a number of referrals were made. It also partly bordered on criminal issues, and so the police were also to partly investigate an aspect of it. The Speaker told us when this session began initially that he was awaiting a report from the police, who had not at the time submitted their report. So here we are again talking about issues of discipline, decorum, and parliamentary business yet again, and the questions that arise as to whether or not Speaker is cracking the whip or not. And when all of this started, in fact, over the period, one concern that many of you have raised has been why Speaker did not sanction someone to serve as an example. For instance, if anything at all, someone must have been walked out to serve as a deterrence for others. That has not been done yet, which is something that some of you speak about. But also you may want to get into the mind of the Speaker to probably understand or get to know why he is reluctant in doing that. And especially when the marshals were invited to more or less ensure that the mace is protected, then the question was what exactly they were going to do. And even in the midst of the fisticuffs, the push-ups here and there, and even at a point we saw some members of Parliament throwing objects at the majority side. And just some few minutes earlier, we also saw someone get into one of the control rooms, turning off some of the lights in the chamber. We don't know who that was, but that is also one aspect of the whole issue that has come up so far. Those lights have been turned on, and the understanding is that there is at least someone, a marshal there to see to it that that does not recur. And so that is all that we have experienced so far. And as of now, we know that the majority side is still continuing to approve and adopt more and more of the estimate for the ministries, their agencies, and their department, while the minority, but indeed, what even occasioned the minority now moving to the center of the chamber and to where the mace is when they demanded that the House be adjourned to tomorrow. And that the case is that until there is a determination of this Kpandai issue and the declaration of the seat as vacant, they are not going to cooperate in ensuring that government business happens or take place. And so when that demand was made, the Speaker then put the question calling for a voice vote, and after the voice vote, the noes had it, which meant that there wasn't going to be an adjournment. Yet again, you had a first Deputy Minority Whip, Habib Idris, rising to make a case that, or challenge the decision of the Speaker to continue sitting, and then makes a case and calls for head count. That was overruled or was denied. And so when the business resumed or was about to continue, then they rose to their feet yet again, agitated as they are, livid as they are, started moving to the center of the chamber, and then resulted in all those pushovers and those fisticuffs, though on the floor of the House. One that has been a very unfortunate spectacle so far the whole of today, over 5-6 hours, if I may put it that way, of back and forth concerning this particular case. But what we know also is that the majority side says they are going to, and just right now, seeing the national chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, walk into chamber. Johnson Asiedu Nketia just walked into chamber, and he chooses to sit at the public gallery to observe proceedings, to see what is going on. I would attempt to see if I can get him to also, as it were, tell us what he makes of the situation so far and how things have unfolded over the period, and also because he might have followed all that have transpired over the period. And indeed, it is one that is really, really, and you could hear in the background NDC MPs shouting chairman, chairman, upon citing Johnson Asiedu Nketia in the chamber. And so we'll try to see if he would want to say a few things on this matter, to see if he would like to comment on it at all, or would prefer to just observe what is happening on the floor. But he is here in the company of another party executive official to observe proceedings. Ordinarily, when he comes here, you should see him go to a designated place for them, but today he is in the public gallery where he is coming to observe the proceeding. But let's cross over to the chamber now to get what the majority leader is saying.
Of the National Democratic Congress. Mr. Speaker, no constitution in the history of Ghana has lasted and endured the way that this Fourth Republican Constitution has endured. Mr. Speaker, the fight between the minority and the majority can be likened to a fight between David and Goliath. But Mr. Speaker, the reason why David succeeded was because Goliath allowed him to lure him to use the tools that David was more adept at using. Mr. Speaker, I could have used my numbers to vanquish this small minority. But if I had fallen into their trap, I would not have succeeded in approving my estimates. So I refused to use their tools. And Mr. Speaker, I applied wisdom. And that is why I can now confidently say that the NDC has been successful today. Mr. Speaker, target date for the passage of the appropriation will be met by this House. We will pass the appropriation on the date that we are determined to pass it. Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure my friends on the other side that today that we understand their issue. They are protesting about the letter from the clerk to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, we will all await your ruling on that matter. We will await your conclusion on that matter. I believe, as you have always done, that your ruling will be fair and it will be based on the law, and whoever is right in this matter, Mr. Speaker, will accordingly pronounce. Mr. Speaker, let me thank you so much. Thank you so much for your leadership today. And Mr. Speaker, I ordinarily will not thank citizens who are sitting in the gallery and observing us. I ordinarily will not do so. But Mr. Speaker, when your forces in the chamber are confronted with a battle, they need their general, and our general is here. So I highly commend the national chairman of the party, General Aseidu Nketia, who is here to give this side of the house the moral support and encouragement for us to execute the task of the house. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Take it that the House would prefer that we resume sitting at 12 in the noon, 12 tomorrow, 12 or 2. At what time? 12 or 2? 12.
Mr. Speaker, 12 o'clock. 12 at noon.
Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow at 12 noon. The House is adjourned.
There you have it. The House has just been adjourned after what has been a very long day of back and forth concerning a letter from the clerk to Parliament to the Electoral Commission declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. The minority side says that they are not going to cooperate until the Speaker has communicated his decision on this matter. Having disrupted the whole proceedings for a long time, the majority side continued to undertake business, thereby approving a lot of estimates for quite a number of ministries. And so that has been the situation here. We are going to attempt to get some answers and some, interactions as well concerning this with
we'll be trying to get some reactions from the
minority and from the minority side. In fact, it's been a very long process and a very long day today, all through up until now, when all of this has happened, with the minority side holding a very strong position that they are not. And indeed, we understand that there is going to be a press conference to be addressed by the minority MPs right after proceedings have been adjourned to tomorrow. And indeed, we'll seek to get their reactions.
Well, clearly it has been a very busy and chaotic day in the House of Parliament. A few minutes ago, the House adjourned to tomorrow, 12 o'clock. We'll definitely be there tomorrow, but it has been a very chaotic day right from the afternoon when proceedings in Parliament began. The minority thought that the conversations around Kpandai is why they were all in black, and thought that the Speaker shouldn't have asked the Clerk of Parliament to write formally to the Electoral Commission declaring the Kpandai seat vacant. And it's on the back of that that the minority are arguing that the Speaker and the leadership of Parliament failed to acknowledge a laid-down procedure, which is that if there is a conversation or an issue about a particular seat and it is in court, the court proceedings be allowed to run the full hall before the House can take a decision. Well, as it stands, we are unable to tell whether or not the Electoral Commission who received the letter are going to take any decision and give a specific date as to when we are going to be having the elections. But let's go back to Parliament to join the feed where the minority is still reacting to what happened in the House.
For it to pass. This is a disgrace to our democracy. It is something that has never happened in the parliamentary democracy, and it is something that is very shameful to the majority side. That you need to pass your motions, you need to pass your budget, that we have security personnel who are in the chamber guiding and safeguarding the Speaker before such things have been passed.
Do I understand that you, as far as the minority is concerned, no business has been conducted on the
as far as the majority and minority we are concerned, there is no single business that has happened today, because the parliamentary proceeding, you have been covering parliamentary proceedings. Have you ever seen that they have taken the maize from its original position while parliamentary business is? The maize is the symbol of authority to Parliament. So when it is out of where it is, that means that there's no authority of Parliament. And anything that has happened is illegal. It has never happened. From 1992, they have never passed a motion in Parliament where they have taken the maize from its original position. It has never happened that the marshal to Parliament, it is guiding the maize whilst motions are being passed. This is an illegality. This is a disgrace to our parliamentary procedure.
But finally, if you get the Hansards of proceedings today and you see business being conducted, what will your side of the House do?
We will advise ourselves, because we know that it is very illegal. It has never happened. It's shameful for our democracy. And even you media men, have you ever one day see that the maize is taken from its original position whilst parliamentary proceedings? What's the essence of the maize? The maize is the symbol of authority to Parliament. When the maize is standing still, it means that we are doing our businesses. It's only at consideration stage that it is tilted to relax the rules. At this stage, the rules was not relaxed. The maize was taken, and it is illegal, and we advise ourselves.
Will this continue tomorrow? Will this process continue?
Definitely. Our protest was very simple. Our protest was to the effect that the letter the clerk wrote to the Electoral Commission was illegal. The Speaker had made a ruling to say that Enhancer have captured it on on the 27th of November that if they file a process in court, it means that the member is still a member of parliament. When the statement was made, per our rules understanding order 93.1, when statements are made, there's no response to the statement. You comment on statement, and standing order 93 say that you may comment, but you are not to respond to the statement. So what we are saying, we have stated it, and tomorrow we know that other things will be going. We will advise ourselves what is going to happen.
So there are some saying that. All right. So that has been the first deputy minority whip who indicates that their demand is very simple, quite simple and straightforward. That if anything at all, then it is that the letter from the clerk to the Electoral Commission declaring the seat vacant is unlawful, and that they are going to protest it until they see the right thing done. And indeed, they indicate that going forward as well, they want to see a clear directive from the Speaker concerning this, and they see even the mace, which, you know, it has its own way of operating while they are approving laws. They say the condition in which it happened today was not right. In fact, one thing that we had wanted to seek from him is how their actions contributed to that particular illegality that he speaks about, but he wouldn't want to comment on that. Let's still try to get some reactions from some members of parliament concerning this. Let me try to see if I can get the first deputy speaker to say a word concerning this whole issue and how things have unfolded over the period today. So, Honorable, can I have just a minute?
You know the procedure as a speaker. To speak, you know the procedure to follow. I am not the type that you can put microphone in my mouth that honorable. No, stop this.
So you don't want to comment on this at all? All right, so that's the first deputy speaker, Bernard Ahiafo, who wouldn't want to speak on this yet. But let me try to see, understand what it is that Vincent is talking about.
To direct the clerk of parliament, for the clerk of parliament to write to the electoral commission, which is at variance to the the speaker of parliament's own earlier ruling on the floor of parliament. It is just at variance from it. The speaker of parliament gave a ruling on the 27th. How will the speaker of parliament now direct the clerk to now write to the EC that the EC should conduct election within the 30 days? So we are sending the signal that for us on the minority side, we are going to ensure a sustained resistance, at least for the next 1 week or 2 weeks, to drum home our concerns. Other than that, we are not going to cooperate for government business to go on.
All right, thank you so much.
So listen, just a few more questions for you. Some have spoken about your conduct today. In an earlier interview with some of your colleagues, there is a reference to even the mace and how it was positioned and all of that. Wouldn't you agree that your action, by far extent, the disruptions continued or contributed to all that we witnessed today?
Well, what happened today is quite shameful. I do not think that the Speaker of Parliament should have allowed continuation of business. I do not think that that was the right procedure for the Speaker of Parliament to have adopted. I believe that the Speaker of Parliament should have just adjourned and ensure that there is consultation, because if there's no consultation, it's going to be very difficult for us to have cooperation. And so for us on the minority side, we are going to ensure a sustained resistance to this oppressor's rule. We believe that there's no justice. We believe that there's no rule of law. We believe that the Speaker of Parliament cannot give a ruling on the 27th of November and just about 2 weeks after his own ruling depart from the ruling that he gave, because the ruling was simple, that when there is a judgment, there is an automatic 7 days. With 7 days, there should be a stay of execution. This is what the rules of court says. The rules of court is very clear on that. After the 7 days, and there is any application or whatsoever, the application should operate as a stay of execution. The application should be 1, for an appeal, and 2, for a stay of execution. This is what the Speaker of Parliament said on page 4 of the Hansard, 27th of November Hansard. In fact, I've put it on my social media wall. That page 4, you are going to see the full ruling of the Speaker of Parliament. So it beats my imagination for the Speaker of Parliament to now turn around from his own ruling just 2 weeks after to now say that the Clerk of Parliament should write a letter to the Electoral Commission for the Electoral Commission to conduct elections within the next 30 days.
One would say that the clerk is mandated by the law to do such, to declare a seat vacant.
It's law.
The Constitution.
It's not true. I am suggesting to you that when there is a judgment, I am not the one saying it. The court, the rules of court says that is the CI 19. With that CI 19, it was reiterated by the Speaker himself. And I am suggesting to you that go and read the 27th of November 2025 Hansard. The full ruling of the Speaker of Parliament is there. He said that when the judgment is given, that's within that 7 days, there's stay of execution, automatic stay of execution, whether there's an application or not, there's a stay of execution. Then after the 7 days, if there is no application, then you can now execute the judgment. But when there is an application for stay of execution or an application for an appeal, what that means is that that should operate as a stay of execution. I am not the one saying it. The Speaker of Parliament said it, and I've referred you.
Actually captured in the CI rule 19, CI 19 rule 27.
Yes.
1.
And the Speaker of Parliament actually reiterated same in his ruling. So I am saying, on what basis did the Speaker of Parliament now direct the Clerk of Parliament for the Clerk of Parliament to now write to the EC to conduct elections within 30 days?
Honorable, if you listen to the justification from the majority leader when he made his presentation, he was of the view that that 7 days has expired after the Speaker's directive.
How many days?
And that the decision to forward that directive to the EC is now validated by the, if you count from the 1st December that the Speaker has given, by 8th of December, that 7 days has expired.
How many years have you worked with Parliament as a parliamentary correspondent? When there is a ruling from the Speaker of Parliament and you disagree as a leader, what do? You come by way of a motion. Simplicity. You don't need any constitutional lawyer to tell you this. I am saying that forget about the substance of the argument. As soon as the Speaker of Parliament gives a ruling on the floor of Parliament, what do? If you disagree, you come by way of a substantive motion to say that, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with your ruling, and for that matter, I am asking you to review your own ruling. In the absence of that, you cannot say that you disagree. And I'm also suggesting to you that the Speaker of Parliament had no right to now direct the Clerk of Parliament after his own ruling that has been captured in the 27th of November Hansard, that is official report, to now say that, Mr. Clerk, write to the Electoral Commission and now go and make sure that the Electoral Commission will conduct elections within 30 days. This is kangaroo.
But one would also ask,
I am saying that we are going to have a sustained resistance, at least for the next 1 week or 2 weeks. That sustained resistance is to draw, or if you like, drum home argument that we practice a constitutional supremacy. A constitutional supremacy. We practice rule of law. We do not practice an individual telling us that he is supreme, or if you like, a one-party state. This is all part of the agenda to entrench John Mahama's third-term agenda.
So one would ask that, what right do you have to say that you are going to, more or less disrupt a government business? Also, because today, while you were protesting, they were still, adopting some motions and approving some of the estimates.
We will do so within the confinements of the law. We will not fight. We will not throw blows. We will not beat anybody. In fact, we do not intend to do all those things. All that we need to do is to drum home our argument. We believe that when we do so, we should be able to succeed. Thank you very much.
Are you going to have any presser tonight or possibly tomorrow?
Well, I mean, the caucus is going to meet. We are just going to the 7th floor to have a meeting to know the plan going forward as to how the minority caucus is going to deal with this matter. But I can assure you, it is not ending today. It is going to be sustained, at least for the next 1 week or 2 weeks.
All right. Thank you. So that is the Old Tafo Member of Parliament, Vincent Ekowasefua, who has just reiterated by far an extent that they are going to stay on this protest. Indeed, when you look at the conversations with the minority MPs over the period, they have indicated that they are going to adjunct any processes that would lead to the, conduct of a parliamentary rerun in the Kpandai constituency. And so the assumption is that it is presupposed that they are going to continue with this, but the question then is, to what extent are they going to go with this, with all that displayed today? And also the fact that, which is that question I posed to him, that if they say that they are going to disrupt government business, do they have that right? Also looking at numbers, also because just as we saw play out today, even in the midst of the chaotic scenes, the majority side was still ongoing with the conduct of government business by approving the estimate. And so it leaves that question as to whether their protest, if they should continue this way, would have any biting impact on the conduct of business in the House. But the larger conversation is what we have seen today play out on the issues of parliamentary conduct, discipline, sanctions, and what have you, looking at what played out in the very beginning of the year, January, February, thereabout, during the ministerial vetting, and what is playing out in the end of the year, and the seeming lack of action against those who were involved in what played out in the first instance. All of these are questions that experts would want to look into. These are issues that parliamentary watchers would want to look into to see what could be the way forward. But a number of motions have been approved, a number of estimates, over 10 of them have been approved for different ministries for their activities in the 2026 fiscal year. That has been our coverage, a very long one, if you may call it that way, from the chambers of parliament concerning this back and forth. It hasn't died today, it hasn't ended today. More should surely unfold from tomorrow. I am Christian Yali. I've come to you from Parliament. Back to you in studios.
Right, thank you very much, Christian Yali, doing a yeoman's job from the House of Parliament. Well, that has been our extended coverage of proceedings in the House, and like you heard my colleague say and some MPs reiterate, the House will come back tomorrow from midday, and certainly these conversations about Kpandai and its attendant or impact will definitely be on the front burner for discussions. You want to trust your election command center and your most trusted news source, TV3, to keep you in the loop as and when it does happen. My name is Martin Esidudati. Thank you for watching. At 9 o'clock, which is about 30 minutes or about 35 or so minutes from now, they're going to be having Agenda with Beatrice Edu. And then at 10 o'clock, Alfredo Cancer will come your way with Ghana Tonight. And we'll be discussing some of these issues in total. Thank you for watching. We are resuming regular programming, and do stay with TV3.